live. Raj, we're live.
Hello, beautiful people.
Beautiful. That. This. You know what? I'm kind of heapy. Maybe we should stream some other times. All right, guys. Bye. Started streaming. They end it.
I would kill you.
You kill me? Alright. We're live. I gotta change the title. Game. Great taste, attorney. Oh, I never finished the thing I was talking about earlier. So yeah, I just like, I don't know. I was thinking of the Alex Sleed solo leveling video where he was just like screaming really loudly for like a scene. And I was like, you know what? Let me try my hand at it while in the shower. And then like I just started screaming. So prior to the stream, I probably already fucked up my voice.
Good plan.
You know, the stream where we gotta.
Gonna be getting calls from the neighbors, I'm sure.
Also, I discovered that I need to like watch video of them like speaking to see if I could like match it better. But like if I wanted to, I could probably do a pretty good Marv the Martian. Oh no! I'm gonna fire this laser at you! Greetings.
Where was the kaboom? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom!
Where was the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom!
Close.
I would need to actually watch video. Because it was just, I've not seen anything recently. That is
You
from...
just want to perv on the Martian Queen. Which fair.
Everyone's just doubling down on me being the perv.
Everyone, you say?
Everyone.
Maybe it's true.
What if I just wanted to be Marv the Martian? What if he was my favorite character? You guys are just making fun of. Why is it not letting me move? Nope.
You do be an interesting character.
What?
He do be an interesting character.
Sometimes me clicking off and on the game is like really weird.
Now, all I must add is the Earth Decombobulator.
Earth Anyway.
Well, I don't know, Miss Piggy.
Oh, I don't know, Miss Piggy. Tay does a really good Kermit.
Ah!
Alright. Now I'm gonna bot.
What can I say? I really like pigs.
I should bot myself. I should open up the stream.
Yep.
It's really diabolical. Blading my viewer. Oh no, don't do that. Oh, I have audio. Okay.
You can be like that, I want to say it was the Black Cauldron, maybe? Where the witch is, like, retreating into the cellar, just going...
Anyway, there was like, I liked that the little sketch I made of Kirby that one time that I sent you.
Yeah.
and there was like a little bit of hair on Kirby that it made it look like he had a mustache.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to
Is that more to that story, or?
share. That's the story. Why don't you think it's funny?
Really good, Mana. Good job. We'll put it on the fridge, okay, honey?
Yeah, it's really funny, dude. I don't know. It's, I thought it was great. I thought that fact was.
You're
Anyway,
doing it, Mana. You're doing it, Mana.
I'm just trying to be, you know, I'm trying to find the little joys in life. It's kind of rough right now with job hunting, Street Fighter 6, Tekken, X Defiant, Mecha Break, everything. You know, if I look at the Curry and I think he has a funny mustache, I can find that you know, the little joys in life, bro. Oh, and 2XKO, trolling 2XKO.
I think, is Mecha Break beta over now?
I don't know. You know more than I do.
Doesn't mean I'm good at planning based around time constraints.
Oh yeah. Yes. Anyway, 9th of January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I haven't done this in like what, like a week and a half? Female voice. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. Clearly staring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He's completely disappeared. When did he do that? Slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist.
He's just kinky like that. We have about a day and a half, so.
What?
For Mecha Break.
Oh. We'll play after this.
Sure. It do be fun.
I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Is this when you or me?
I think this one was me. I'm trying to remember how. I need the mumble of it. Vodka! You help me out. I need to hear you
Vodka, comrade.
Vodka, comrade. Comrade, what are you doing? What? Why do you look like that? You want something? Huh? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I throw you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. Oh, man. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. Right? Yeah, we investigated all that. Let's leave! That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. Can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. What do you think, Mirage? Do you think we killed him?
Probably.
Damn. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation was confined to a wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Oh, we can only move. We can't even talk to the guy. We can't go in. They graded out.
That's right. This dude was me.
Yep. 9th of January. SS Buria, first class cabin, number 1. It looks like they're still investigating. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Can you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. There's a second dead body. It's Hosonaga. They killed him.
Oh no!
Okay, it seems that we could re-investigate some stuff. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So, by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Why did you have to fucking clean this shit up, bruh? She really did.
Where did you go?
Oh, sorry, I just went to the next, oh god.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room.
Oh yeah, the racism.
Yes.
Constant racism of this game.
Not necessary, honestly.
Really, I don't... We kind of low-key... What's the word?
I mean, if it weren't
like, talking
here...
down about ourselves? Talking down about our own race, too, to them? A lowly Japanese. Thank you for... excusing us.
Well, that was that one guy. Fucking ouchie.
We hate ouchie.
We do. All my homies hate ouchie.
Yeah. I've been hearing about this from everyone. Everyone hates ouchie. Anyway. He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. Really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. When I get out of jail, what is she implying? Aww.
Jail? If you survive the firing squad, you mean?
They're gonna stop at... They're gonna, like, take the boat back to Russia, put us in a gulag. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow split on the floor. They spell the Russian word for wardrobe. By the way, speaking of firing squad, do you hope that this is one of those situations where if you somehow survive whatever execution they give us, they think it's like an act of God and just let us go?
I mean, how'd that work for Rasputin?
I don't know.
They just kept trying.
Damn.
That wasn't for a punishment, though. That was just a bunch of dudes that were like, this guy fucking sucks. Everybody likes him and he's handsome and he smells bad, but people still like him.
I smell bad, but people don't like me.
Have you heard of pheromone maxing?
What?
So you know how there's all those maxing things going around with the TikTok groups trying to make
No,
themselves pretty?
no, I don't TikTok the slightest.
I mean, I don't either, but it still leaks out sometimes. So a lot of like Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I guess, have been like.
Do I want to hear this? Is my question.
I mean, most of it's pretty whatever. It'll be like hair maxing, which means shampooing your hair and combing it, and like
Okay.
diet maxing, which just means watching what you eat, shit like that.
Okay.
But some of it gets really fucking weird. Like a bunch of them are really obsessed with mewing, where you push your tongue up against the roof of your mouth and like flex it in the hopes you'll get a better jawline.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like they push their tongue against the roof of their mouth at near the back, and they just keep it there for like tons of time to try and work out their jaw muscles or something.
Their tongue? Does their tongue have to do with their jaw? What?
I don't know. It helps flex the other muscles, I guess.
Okay.
It's by a guy whose name was like Mew, so the workout is called mewing. He's like an 1800 scientist or something.
Anyway, can we go back to the pheromone thing so we can just continue with the game?
So some people have therefore taken some of that to the way too far extent. One of which is pheromone maxing, which is not showering so that your natural pheromones build up and make you irresistible to the opposite sex.
The almost Smash Brothers. Just
Pretty much.
okay. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. Anyway, continuing on. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. To be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. Hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Begs the question of who did write it. Okay? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. Well, there he is, bloodied up, fucking dying. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything now. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Anyway. Fuck, all of these voices are done by me, aren't they?
Yeah, we stopped at a weird chapter.
You're back. Was this what I was doing? Anyway. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we know a little bit about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Sholmes. Airlock. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? I can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know what that graceful angel... God, fuck, I'm dying. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Ugh, God, fuck! Oops, I've got him definitely upset. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. I forgot, this is the longest ship ride too. 2 weeks to make it from like Japan to just Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
My brain is so fucking dumb.
What?
I was like, it's a paddle boat, and then I imagined there's just like 5 Russian dudes in the back of the boat kicking.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like the 5 Russian dudes just like using like a what's the word? Just rowing the boat slowly. But yeah, the 5 Russian dudes kicking. How do they steer the boat? Do they have like 2 Russian dudes at the side? But they just
No, they just the 2 on either side, on either end, kick harder.
kick harder. Ah, so one on the left. So if they gotta turn left, the one on the left kicks a little softer, while the one on the right kicks harder.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
They're all just swimming behind the boat the whole time.
When they get to that's why it's taking so long, and that's why they have to stop at like every single port along the way. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Boreas medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Yeah, we kicked him a few times and he seems dead. Kazuma-sama.
Don't you worry, Sonny. We checked the tires.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. His neck was broken. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. Are you chewing?
Hmm?
It's very audible chewing on my mouth.
Oh, my bad.
Just, he was like, "Hmm. So at first, I think they were
I have some
considering
good
poison.
crackers.
All right then. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then?
I mean, I ain't doing shit while I'm here, so might as well.
Enjoy yourself. I wish I could be you. If I grabbed a donut, I would immediately have to talk. I'd be like, alright, so nothing was been found as if I should go grab the donuts. I should grab the mini donuts and do that. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck would induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. For Kazuma. I have the second copy of a report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Wow, that was a very endearing smile he gave us. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never had agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah! Post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Still doesn't trust us. Is that what it's implying? Or she feels bad?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Oh, Mr.
I don't know, man.
Mr. Shums
I
is
just work
here.
here.
Was he? Just slacking off. He's like, oh no, today's just the day that they just have me do nothing. I'm on the clock. I just showed up, you know, there's no calls going in. I just have to voice nothing. Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. But he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? What are we talking about? Ooh. Alright. Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susanoo-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. Often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Mark on the floor has been entered to the court record. Yay! For evidence. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Verse or anything? I guess we can investigate our evidence. Oh, now it lets me. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you? Fucking messing with the crime scene! You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when they're untidy. Then clean up the ones in fucking what's her face's room.
I bet she was eyeing them.
She was eyeing them. I think that's all the things I can interact with this room. So I guess we leave. We leave.
You leave again, I turn you into ball and shove in cold room, da?
Damn. Alright, let's look at her.
I mean, I don't have anything else to do. I might as well improv.
Feel free. Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Mark on the floor. Look at it. We're gonna have to somehow look at the mark. Be like, oh, look at that. That's a special little mark on the mark.
I mean, maybe?
I don't know how to describe. There's a certain pattern on the mark is probably the best way to say it. 9th January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Ah, look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Strong enough. Oh, you just get, do you get it now? I get it. It's the name is strong enough. Is Biff strong? Okay, they just had to spell it out for me for some reason.
Is this some future game shit that I don't know about?
No, it's just the pun of the name.
Oh, okay.
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. La la la. I don't. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra la la, lira lira le. I did. Okay, that's it.
I did it the great detective way.
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let us get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that, Stringy Knot crewman comes back. Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. We're in.
Let's not phrase it like that when we're talking about going to a 15-year-old girl's room, shall we?
We're in the room. We're inside. Someone kidnapped her pet. You're the one
Oh
with the
yeah,
fucking mind that for. What do you mean? I'm just saying we're in the room and you gotta be dirty about it.
the pet's missing.
That's missing. 9th January.
Pet's
SS
missing.
Buria, first class cabin number 2. Was the clothing there before?
I don't think the wardrobe was open.
No, the wardrobe was open because you were sitting in it.
Oh, that's right. Like a fucking creep. Yeah, I guess the clothing wouldn't have been there if I was sitting in it, hey?
Yeah. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Who the fuck hung the clothing? Sato-san. Oh, where is she gone?
Is she messing with that evidence again? Oh, never mind.
Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. Cosmo's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Also, I just realized we didn't bring up the angel. I should have brought up the angel thing when the investigator was saying that the ballet girl was an angel. I should have done the voice. It's like, no, the angel's right here next to me. The rules. So weird for me to think that like we're actually. That's the door we came in from. Then we walk to the other side of the room and then look at it. That's how we choose to do things. Yes, they displayed this in that. They're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Burrio's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents in her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. Wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. She gonna clean up this? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. You think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. He's actually the same as the bookcase next door. Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. She really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you who lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight. God damn it! Straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oh, there goes that evidence. Somehow the what's it called? The prosecutor is just gonna pull out like a picture of how it was all in disarray before. There's gonna be like,
tampered with evidence. A clear sign of guilt.
this cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across. There's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal. There's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. But you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see why they suspect me. The vent! So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe. So if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Barely hesitated there. You gave it a good tug, too.
She just called the feds.
Yeah, now we're gonna get in trouble. Now the fucking Stroganov or whatever his name is gonna fucking kick us out. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Look at her clothing. Naruto-san, are you there?
You would.
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? What? Why would you... Why would you... Bro, why would you imply...
Hey man, if I'd had to apologize for all my racist comments in the past, maybe you should apologize for this.
What? God damn it. We're both she was the first one to investigate. You were sitting inside the wardrobe, dude. You know what? You probably put up her clothing.
I just helped her unpack. I'm the great Airlock Sholmes.
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe
Damn.
me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. What if we just really want to end up in Narnia? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. Well, the beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there. No such luck. Her friend in the clothing. But even...
I assume that means the pet?
Yeah? What would it be otherwise?
I don't know. Susano's got some weird ideas, man.
Apparently, she was also hiding away a Russian friend inside that. A Russian female friend that she wanted to run away to America with. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. Completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. I guess we were supposed to investigate this first. Is the thing that stands out. It makes sense. Yes, and a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. More to the point, where is it now? I still think it's a snake.
Yeah. I mean, given the whatever thing of Airlock Sholmes and the speckled band, that would make sense, but I don't know. Red herrings and shit.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. What else could it be? That would... They said it's not a bunny. It's not a... Did they guess cat and dog or just one of them?
Just cat.
Uh, did we say did they somehow guess chicken? I don't remember.
Yes, they did. Airlock Sholmes guessed chicken.
I'm trying to think of what else.
I think that was all of them.
A little.
I think they all got one guess.
Little bear. What would be a stereotypical Russian animal?
Definitely a bear.
I suppose every cabin has a. Yeah, okay. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? I can't fucking read. Naruto-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
You were just going through her clothes.
Those eyes. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. We already checked them out, though. We already saw that she had just paper. Although, I guess, maybe they might be different now. Exactly. I have no choice. Hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. What do you want to find? There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else, by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. I see that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. I feel like my voice is falling apart for her. But oh well. It would seem this teapot is empty. The natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. Or maybe she doesn't like tea. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san? Wait. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think? Probably to feed the pet? You think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right.
It starts to capsize immediately.
The 5 people in the back paddle boating, the 5 Russians are like, "Oh no, we're sinking!" They start like, it starts sinking like front side first, so like their legs are kicking in the air.
They're like, abandoned ship. They just all drop down and swim away, but all in different directions, not like towards land.
Yeah. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It's like, I don't remember what month they said. It's like June or July, right? Or something? So it's summer.
What about June or July? What day it is now? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So it's summer. They can swim and it not be freezing water.
Can we check the bottom of the table?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we found any new evidence to investigate.
Wasn't the banner new?
Banner?
The red one?
The far right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean like new evidence that like got added.
No, I meant I saw that it didn't have a check mark on it, but it was just off screen.
it off screen. I feel like we missed it. But I don't know what else to check. Maybe we just go back. I guess we just go back. We'll know for sure if there's new stuff if it does the location. No, never mind. You must have missed something.
One would think.
Oh.
You missed me!
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la, lay. I did it the great detective way.
I wonder how it sounds on screen. I don't know if it sounds fine versus the game.
Am I breaking up or
Eh.
like peaking my mic or anything? Or?
Maybe? I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe let me just read it down. I can't tell because, like, if only we're more popular, Mirage. I do have you
good luck on that one.
Do have you turned up all the way. You do have people watching.
Not because of me.
Not because of you. Maybe they're watching specifically because of you. I do have you in the title. Still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. I like how when we first met this guy, he's like, I hate this guy. He's kind of like you were like, this guy's kind of dumb. And then as time went on, he's like, this guy is me, for real, for real.
I mean, we hate things we see ourselves in, so.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is...
You know. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. But through it all, when there were doubts,
I ate it up and spit it out. Oh, wait.
And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about.
Excuse me.
Let him finish. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way.
So
is he fucking dumb?
Is he you?
And I love it.
Is he definitely Mr.
Shut
Sholmes?
up! Shut up! Ah! What is it? You want to fight?
This fucking animation.
Rolling them fists. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to reach the climactic finish.
Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop. So I figured now is a good time as any.
I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks.
Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Turn up the game audio. That might have been. Oh, best viewers on that website.
What?
You know,
Oh, bot.
my greatest fans.
Yes. The bots.
Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it?
Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank.
Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened. So
You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
sorry.
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Come, pose with me. Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear.
Yeah, us posing did go hard. What if every single case is us being like locked up in chains, and the whole idea is that we only get untied when we need to start posing?
When we need a JoJo pose with Sholmes,
Yeah.
I'd be here for it. If the other games aren't like that, I'm going to be sorely disappointed.
Wow.
It would seem the same crewmen oft stand sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet...
Ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
I want to see bubbles just start to flow out of this pipe. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place.
I'm sure that might happen.
So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Give me my court record. Meant my court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective.
I mean, it's basic pattern recognition and actually reading the thing. Oh, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha! Oh, ouch.
What is it? Are you hurt?
Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Didn't complain of a headache earlier.
Everyone.
Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
Well, the investigator didn't complain about that either. Well, part.
Yeah, it's
Granted,
just,
the
I don't know.
investigator is also dying at any given moment.
Right, and he also just got his ass kicked.
Still singing. Well, he said he's been having the headaches.
Oh, did he? My bad.
He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Well, now you see everyone. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? You get a headache. You get a headache. And you get a headache. Everyone gets a headache. Shut up.
Definitely seems that way.
What sort of pet would give everyone a headache?
I don't know.
Alright, I think we go back.
Maybe a skunk?
You know what? You're right. It's Pavlova's cabin.
If it's something that musks enough, it doesn't necessarily have to be odorless. It's just if it came in the middle of the night, everybody could be so like overstimulated from the stench, and then I guess it maybe cleared out by the end of the day. But I would think you would still smell it in her room. You know what I mean?
You think her name is supposed to be like Pavlov? Pavlov's dogs.
That's what I assumed.
Could be a dog. I feel like if it was a dog, it would have
Barked?
not that. Well, maybe, but like, I felt like our guesses earlier were like kind of like, is it a conventional animal sort of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So if we literally just skipped over dog,
Yeah, I mean, other than chicken, but you know.
this could be our chance. What? The burley seller doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Go back inside. Probably gonna get like an interruption in me, because I think we already investigated everything. Yep. Oh, what's that?
Prisoners have escaped! Prisoners have escaped! Sink the ship! Don't let them off!
You can take it.
Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile for. Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands! Brace for impact!
What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I can't stand. Tasada-san, wait! Ah! Sada-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, I thought they were gonna do the. Where are you grabbing, idiot? Baka.
I don't think that.
I mean, I don't know. I've not played any of them.
Right. It's like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, no, never mind. Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. Oh.
And all the shit's off to the side too.
Yeah. Alright, so now we know how the door shut.
Yeah, and how all the shit got knocked over. It's actually a good thing that she did that. I figured we would see like how it got messed up as a result, but
Yeah. But I think we already went under the assumption that like maybe the ship like stopped or some shit.
yeah, it listed heavily.
Yeah.
The guys kicking at the back stopped. They went on lunch break all at the same time.
Uh, I'm trying to think of another way to make it funny too. Yeah, I guess they just all stopped kicking, and then somehow that stops all momentum. What could they do that makes it that like it's a hard stop though?
They pull back on it really hard. Like where they put their feet on the boat and they like, "Hurrah!" We ignore the fact that that doesn't do anything. It's just, cartoon. We're already saying that a bunch of dudes kicking are the way that they're
Yeah.
like paddling the boat, so I guess it doesn't matter.
What? The boat? Look at that. The door's bolted. Oh, so was it when we were sleeping? The ship had like a hard stop or something,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why like it caused everyone to like
Probably whenever she got on.
maybe it caused everyone to have like maybe like have their head sort of like hit something or some shit,
Maybe.
or like it's like a big jolt to the head. So while they're sleeping,
Maybe.
they get a headache. I don't know. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. That's strange. How did? And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. The ship just keeps ramming into other ships. He just sees a ship and he wants to fucking hit it. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. Ruin evidence? Bruh. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least. In a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Wow, that was a short section.
Mm-hmm. Compared to the first.
It was like 90% me voicing it, too.
Yeah.
January. Asisburia. Miss Pavlova's cabin.
It is neither June nor July.
Wait, what was it?
It's the other J month.
Oh, then it's cold. Those fucking those sailors paddling the boat are fucking cold as shit right now.
Nah, they're Russian.
In water?
Yeah, they're Russian.
Okay.
They just drink a little vodka and they're fine.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You give them a thimbleful now and then.
Uh,
Keeps them wanting more.
Somehow the door to the cap. What if it's like if they paddle enough, it has like a dispenser of vodka. All right, I'm alone on this. All right,
Kind of like a gerbil water bottle.
Yeah. They're just a bunch of gerbils. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. And in the other side, there was a guy with a shotgun. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Motherfucker, everyone I got a voice. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. So, like, the 5 sailors that are paddling the boat are also doing it in the fog. It's a strong vodka, dude.
Extra potato, comrade.
This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Is it you? Final!
You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Woo.
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
What? No. We didn't touch it. Well, we did touch it, but it was after it was already. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin.
Inspector!
Yes.
Arrest this man! I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Duh! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
I don't even know what that means. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. I can't move into my falsetto right now.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. He is right. She is right. You are dead. Wait, she's also... Didn't she leave as the... Like, in the disguise? And now she came back?
Now she's back without it.
Yeah. Like, she came into the room without it. So she was outside.
Good point.
Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Why didn't you throw me in there to begin with and just... You kept me at the scene of the crime just standing there. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Yes, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do? This is Russian vessel. This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Let's call for help. Just need to calm down and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. My best guess is you're laying into a cracker.
No, I was typing something. Don't touch my things!
You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? But why though?
Why'd you get thrown?
But why though? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. You get it? We're the devil and she's the angel? Do you get it?
Yeah.
Hey. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Assuming that's everything that's like in the background. We'll talk to her first. Miss Pavlova, can I?
Get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but
Get out now!
we just needed to investigate in here to help understand. Alright.
S'il vous plaît, No parlor français.
It's no use. He's not going to listen. I didn't understand a word of that. I need to find someone who will. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. Also, I didn't just realize this. What do you think the stripes of like tan and not tan on his face are?
I thought that he was the dude. The resistance leader for a second. And maybe that was like why he had the stripes as his beard got burned off and shit, but I have no idea.
Interesting theory.
But we can also see he's blonde, so like
dyed his hair. I mean,
maybe.
For whatever reason, the girl disguised herself as a man and decided to cut her hair after she already disguised herself in order to ship. Even though like she was walking around without
I don't know.
And trespassing and stowing away. Well, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well. Enough! You are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Active hiding in the court.
I was here the whole time.
I like how I didn't even finish my sentence.
He's just hanging out.
You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Help me!
I've been here the whole time.
What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes!
What? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no.
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before that?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce.
I never
Rolling
know
his fists
whether
again.
to take this man seriously or not. Who's he fighting? The fucking hook?
Yeah, he's shadowboxing the hook.
Ah, you again. The great detective.
Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently.
Well, you might try looking for me at somewhere other than a hook on the wall next to me. What is to report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally.
What? Really?
Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist.
Absolutely none.
So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. I will need my friend here. Pose with me. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
I'm looking at. I was looking at something. I'll look at that later. We're doing the thing? No. I thought that was a transition.
I hope so too.
Ah, you have solved it. Vodka, vodka, vodka. Comrade, comrade. Comrade, even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
I didn't do it!
And you put them on me.
The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. We just literally showed... Okay, whatever. You guys are dumb. We know this. We've been know
I'm
this.
telling you, baby game.
That means the culprit must have been inside... That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes! It's what we called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
The locked room, that is point.
The room was locked.
She didn't even know there was a murder! Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door.
What other entrance? We never discovered one.
Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man!
The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
I work out.
Okay. You're suggesting. Okay. You also
It's a
did the.
song.
I know you just did the one part though too. It's like okay. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible.
Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Behold the speckled band!
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Cosmo-sama wrote in this diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. they am, but it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam.
But what does it mean? What is this speckled band?
The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not! I am ready! What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores! Behold!
Ah! What the? It is indeed a snake.
Snack. It looks like a silly baby. Allow me to introduce you all.
It's actually trying to kill him right now, but he's just too strong. It's squeezing his neck beyond belief. Too strong.
To the band! The speckled band!
A snake?
Indubitably.
The gasp! Wow! Wow. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing.
Pray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake, isn't it really... That snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the striped band? Wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly?
I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. And we're not even on a train.
You know what I just thought?
What?
What if somehow they're like, oh, you know what? You are innocent. And then now they blame the ballet dancer, and now we have to defend her in court.
That'd be pretty cool, actually. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, I have to go poo. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No.
It's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Quite an analogy I used, but anyway, Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It's like he can't speak with that snake coat around his head.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman.
Wait, what if he like, what if there was a hard stop while he was awake and he just like fucking just bashed his head against the drawers and then just died that way?
The wardrobe was the killer all along.
Yeah. And then someone thought like, oh no, someone's gonna blame me, and they wrote the fucking name in Russian.
Maybe.
Alright.
What?
No,
You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck.
I just said alright, and then I just moved on over.
Oh,
That was it.
okay. So, everyone, let us begin,
We dancing?
please. Erlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
We're dancing.
Please. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's Identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
I'm trying to think.
Oh, now we know what the tans are.
Oh.
He gets face hugs on the reg.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think how this is like technically wrong, because you know this is wrong if we're doing this in the first place.
Because it's not the snake, it's the dude.
It's the guy, yeah.
And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Yeah, you can tell even when it opens its mouth. It's a constrictor, it's not a venomous snake. The victim's written observations of the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back.
Oh?
Yes, that which you are trying, but failing, to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No?
How snake textures work. I don't think so.
I mean, if it was like about to shed, it might have been crackly and such.
I guess.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, what you're thinking is correct. It wouldn't change pattern after shedding its skin, at least not to that degree. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. No. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Somehow. That she got from Russia.
Yep. A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Why?
What if the snake saw
Why?
the murder and is trying to kill the Russian guy for
Why?
killing an innocent person? He's a good boy. He's a really good boy.
He's a really good boy. He's the best boy. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
Who doesn't know?
Yep. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no. Could there be?
You not know your snake is not venomous in the first place?
I would think so. Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth.
Do people keep venomous snakes in the sense that they let them outside and
Oh yeah,
they do?
yeah. Because usually any kind of a predator like that is only really dangerous if it can be hungry. Otherwise, they're just going to hang out, and as long as they don't feel threatened, they're not going to give a shit. You can keep and handle some pretty dangerous snakes and things.
That's alright.
I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, yeah. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. Some people keep, like, full-blown crocodiles as pets.
Oh.
Like... This makes no sense.
You're telling this to the Floridian.
Yeah. I mean, like, actual pets, not just we have it in the backyard pond, and
Yeah.
we call it a pet. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? The glance. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. The wardrobe. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that troubling case. That is not... Like, a snake couldn't do that, you know?
You mean move the case?
Yeah. Like, it could just be for, you know, effect, but... Like, yeah. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically.
I mean, I think it's just for the point of it, like, making it
There's
very...
something in there.
Yeah, rather than, like, the action giving realistic.
Maybe. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that this victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end.
Did we hear a whistling sound when the boat stopped? Nah.
That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
I'm just imagining her at the other side of the vent, just whistling over to the... Entrance the snake.
To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle.
Did he just whistle in the game?
I guess. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. He rhymed. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever.
We're gonna tell him how he's wrong, and we're gonna get incriminated.
That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
You did it. Solved the
Death
case.
by a venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Airlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
Speechless we are.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature.
Incredible! You've solved the mystery!
I'm free!
No, everyone's dumb. We know. What if we just knew? It's like, no, this is our out. We can just pretend.
Yeah! We'll just lie this once, it'll be good.
Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Airlock Sholmes has become such a household name.
My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
Could it get even better? Since she questions him this time, is she gonna do the posing?
I'm down. Now I have to do the
But of
voice.
course! What's on your mind?
Before I could do the voice in my own voice, now it'd have to be in hers. It's just, by your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Don't they have really, really small ones? I don't remember.
I think they do. But I can't remember either now.
How
I
would
know
a s-
lizards do.
How would a snake charmer work?
Snakes
have
do
to-
not have an external ear, but they do have all the parts of the inner ear that we do. Their stapes, called a columella, is slightly different from ours than it connects to the jawbone, enabling them to sense vibrations. However, they can only hear a portion of the sounds we hear. There you go.
Yeah. And, like, the idea of a snake charmer, so that I think she's misinformed. It's incredibly... Yes, I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But that's how we do it, as snake charmers.
But, madam! Oh no. What of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
How are you gonna discredit me? But we just literally looked up that they have ears. We literally have looked up that they have ears.
Oof.
That one true?
I don't know.
You literally just looked up that they have ears. So I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movement.
I mean, I know that they can feel vibrations. The truth is that snakes actually lack the ability to hear and thus do not hear the music. Instead, they respond to the vibrations and movements of the NASCAR. What is a NASCAR? Oh. The snakes also follow the swaying movements of the snake charmer as he plays the NASCAR. Okay, so it's the instrument. Awkward.
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 Oh. I see.
I thought you literally just said that they have ears. But it's inside.
They have an inner ear. It's like
That-
the vibrations that we can feel whenever we talk. They could feel that, but obviously that's not gonna like help you hear somebody else talking unless they jam their head on your like back kind of deal.
Huh.
So they can feel vibrations through the ground, but
Anyway.
no hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless.
Is that your thoughts on snakes, Mirage?
Apologize for the words that I've said to the herp community.
Don't take it out on the
Herpetology
snakes,
is a-
Mr. Sholmes. I'll get you out of this one. Just disregard it. There is one other thing.
You have more?
Oh, snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat belt cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder. I mean, they can constrict, but it'd be quite the sight, honestly.
Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is... Yeah. Even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it could not have come back without help.
Have you ever seen a snake climb like a pole or anything?
No.
It's actually pretty cool. They constrict their like lower portion around the pole, and then move up a ways before constricting with the rest of their body, and then slithering around until they're to the lower portion again. They just kind of like slinky their way up. It's really fucking neat to watch. Then climb like smaller trees and actual, small poles and things of that nature pretty easily. It's kind of crazy.
I kind of want to look it up now.
I highly recommend it.
What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been in this. I think she killed you.
I think so.
We know more about snakes. They can, in fact, not here. We were lied to. Snake charm. The end. We were charmed. I think you need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions.
Yes!
And turn them into great ones they ought to be. But...
Also, there's a TikTok if you want to play that on stream, just for the sake of it.
Oh. Of a snake. Darn. Hold on, I gotta... Display on this. Hold up, I guess I gotta add this thing.
I don't know if it has audio. I didn't even bother unmuting it.
Oh. Well, it'd be really awkward now if it didn't. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we're just watching it to watch a snake climb a pole. Or a tree, as it were.
It does not have it. Oh, that's funky looking.
Right? It's so cool, though. And it does it so fucking fast. You're like, dude, bro, no, please.
And then the guy tries to... What is he even doing? This is the tiniest tree. It's mesmerizing.
It really is.
Works out.
Anyways, I don't know that it could do that on the bell cord, but they can actually climb up, relatively smooth surfaces. It's just kind of neat.
That's my one TikTok for like 3 months. That I show.
Hell yeah.
Why do I keep dropping frames? I just realized that like at some point we dropped like 7,000.
Oh my.
Maybe it's when I click off.
Could be.
I had a feeling that was coming. She wants me to incriminate myself again. I had an out. Alright, let's give it a try.
Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, right. Do I already got the handcuffs off?
So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again.
What? Oh boy, they're gone. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go?
Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Erlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Hey.
And now, the end is near.
And so I
Face the big
final
conclusion.
verdict. Oh, okay.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
He does not have a pained expression on her face.
Yes,
That
that's
she does.
true. It looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
You're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that right? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
What am I
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
on her hand.
I see it. Okay, aching heart first. She really does look troubled.
My achy breaky heart.
Yes, it's hard to believe she's putting that expression on us.
But if you look closely, it's almost like she's actually staring at something.
At what do you think?
Perhaps something physically causing her pain? We should have a closer look. I can't fucking read. Can't look at the newspaper. Alright.
Oh, did you see it
But,
in the background?
missed it.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound.
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently, too.
Oh, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
You see it?
Oh. Cat.
Yeah.
Unless that's a really awkward picture of the snake. Yeah,
Maybe.
cat. Investigate the oh. Here.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Not right now, Susato.
Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear.
Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. Charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornments like that. In her hair, around her neck, on her fingers, even hanging from their ears, it seems.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
Not half as beautiful as you.
That's your fucking impression of the.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair.
Okay. Oh, it's yeah. Okay, it's the same thing, but this time different. That's your ear. Like the earring is a little piece of jewelry. Earring is it? Really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So, now all that's left is the glass part that attaches to the ear.
That's the case. He doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. To present, he is literally in pain. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Ah,
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
ah. Hmm. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. She's looking at the photograph.
Keep seeing frames drop. I don't know what's up. Maybe it's the right client. Maybe I could blame Riot Games for my drop frames.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think the stream looks fine, hopefully, anyway. Maybe. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, that snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Is the snake his pet?
It would explain why it's just chilling out.
Investigate this first. More I look at this creature, more its stripes stand out. Very impressive snake, isn't it? Oh yes, it really is. And it seems to be doing its best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts. Wait, we asked her if she had a cat, and then if she did have a cat, she fucking lied to us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Now I think she's the murderer. She's a liar.
Okay.
Must be her, right? Must be. Not this guy, but her. Yeah. Belly burst. Yes, it's a terrifying sight. Slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, it'd probably be a good idea not to get too close. There's no doubt, is there? He looked in this direction. It's great at Seaman Stroganoff. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator. Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Cosmo's trunk when we first boarded the ship. I would ask what that proves, but I think that an equivocal little smile would be more effective. She's friends with a teapot. It can speak.
She just called you small.
Yeah. Me specifically, not Naruhodo-san. Just me. Feels bad.
Oof.
I have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova's eyes flickered over to before. I think this is the friend she's talking about. Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, that's the way she feels. I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. I there were supposed to be no windows outside.
In the other cabin.
There.
Oh.
He's a cute little cat. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame.
She's actually a magical girl. That's not a cat. That's a demon.
Is that why she used the word devil earlier?
Yes.
This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. I'm just imagining her disguise as the old Russian man. And it's like, why do you have this picture of a young 15-year-old girl holding a cat?
You know why, comrade. She's just trying to act like a pervy old man to remove suspicion. They're like, get in the fucking cell.
Get in the cell. We're throwing you in jail. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. Personally, the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. He likes cat. That must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. She's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look! It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. You shouldn't think of it as purely in terms of its value. What was it again that we saw? It was like 500 bucks, 300 bucks. You must be strong-willed woman. Turn her back on the world stage and and run away.
I'm gonna be right back.
What?
I'm gonna be right back. Promise.
All right, well,
Right back.
I'm awake. How's it going, chat? I do see that we got lurkers here. I appreciate the lurkers. Based on my number of views. I ain't even got a gazoon type, dude. Just left. Back anytime. And he'll be right back. No, I kind of want to make a bowl of cereal, but... You think I could go make a bowl of cereal? I'll go make a bowl of cereal while I wait. You know what? I'll use the restroom too. I'll take this as a bit of a break. Alright, be right back.
All right, I'm back.
I've returned as well.
Welcome back.
With my bowl of cereal. How can I make this audible for you to hear me eating cereal?
I don't know.
Really heavy-handed slurp right there. Anyway. Turn her back to the world on the world stage and run away all on her own. Anything else? The bell.
The little kitten.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. I could vie with you. It could vie with you. Be with. Couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? We're the blackest.
Eyes. Ah.
I get it. I know what it means now. For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. I think that's it. Oh.
Yes!
Yes! Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we've seen before us.
Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Ah! Hmm. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. The Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. Sorry. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. Where the fuck did this snake come from? The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Aren't those your socks? Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now. Hidden behind your back.
You threw her socks over. You're right.
He died of foot fetish.
One moment. Cinnamon Toast Crunch this time around, by the way.
Oh, I was about to say, man is making love to his Honey Nut Cheerios.
Did you
He's
see
about
that?
to honey nut them Cheerios.
She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever have known. Oh yes, boys like that are Mr. Shum's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. I choked on some milk earlier. It's coming back. Or maybe making me believe that was a point too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Alright, let's see if I don't die. Alright. Man, is this what the investigator feels like? Want to investigate her ears again?
I mean, if you want to, for some reason. What the fuck is that?
What? Oh, is it a toy?
Oh, it's a cat toy.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
Well, it is speckled. It is a band, but... what is it?
Oh, it crawled on top of the wardrobe and... yeah.
Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. Okay. The cough is coming back. And that looks like the hand... like a handle at one end. God! Choking!
I think it may be a cat's toy. It's sort of... This sort of is common in the West, apparently.
Is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable. Well, I guess we...
Yes!
Yeah, why did I start chewing? Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy.
Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator.
One day someone will go through these VODs, make a compilation of all the times that you had to do that voice.
They just put it way too fast, so it's not even like anything. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice.
There's gonna be different versions of that video too. Where it'll, like, same thing, but like 200 twice as fast. Same thing, but like half the speed.
Same thing, but pitch shifted up. Same thing, but it gets faster every time we fuck it up.
Same thing, but auto-tuned.
To Smash Mouth's All-Star.
Damn. Because they referenced it. There's also gonna be in my way.
Hey.
But why? For what reason?
My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin. It could sink its venomous fangs into the...
You're right.
Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return.
Still have the whole second part that he will keep the same somehow.
Yeah.
Ah.
In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Dawka. Kya!
You're right. It is an assassin cat.
A truly troublesome feline young Dawka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
With her venomous fangs.
It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She got the zoomies. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. I'm now curious if that ventilator only connects to the other room. Darka, she is so naughty.
But at the very least, threw the thing over to try to lure it back. Makes you wonder how, what's his face? What is it? Kazuma. Didn't see the cat go through, but saw the fucking lure.
Cats be sneaky. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? Oh. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
What Mr. Shom
A
says is
venomous
true.
cat?
There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. And also, now we're talking about a cat. Let's give him the information he's missing now. I also find it funny that she herself does not choose to correct him on the fact that that's not my snake.
I guess if they think that they're looking for a snake, they won't go looking for a cat? I don't know.
Yes!
Just so taken aback by the dancing. In
That
fact,
too.
the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report.
Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know.
The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken.
And we hunched over there.
Yeah. Gee. Now, if we take that as fact... we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no. Could there be? Yes! An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone. And it didn't leave a bruise. Somehow. Anyway.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
if
a
it's
distinct
a
possibility.
fast enough death, your body doesn't bruise.
Guess you're right.
Because, like, a bruise is your body, like,
Trying to bring blood over to it.
yeah, responding to trauma.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
Fucking ninja
suppose.
cat.
Possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It would have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. Rather
Be a
hard
really
to believe
bitch way for Kazuma to go out.
it would be. It would actually. It's either he died that way or one of the Russians killed him.
Right.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Yes, examination. Cause of death.
Mark on the floor?
I don't know.
Oh, is that the bell?
It is. I mean,
Interesting.
could try it. Fuck it, let's try it.
Yes!
Oh, we're talking about how the cat. I don't know. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively.
This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course.
How does the stream look right now? Apparently, I'm dropping a bunch of frames.
No, I don't know, I can check.
I mean, it looks fine to me, and Twitch says it's fine. I don't get what
I mean-
OBS is saying.
This game also doesn't exactly have a lot of, like, worries about frames, with the exception of very specific stuff, so...
What if we miss out? Like, it's really awkward boxing from Mr. Shomes here.
I know, that's what I mean. Unless we get one of those, we're not gonna know.
Damn, you're right. But it might not even drop frames that feels bad. Might never know. Oh wait, what the fuck did I just click? Oh, I guess
I'm uncertain.
I tried to click the game and I guess it's safe.
Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish.
And the color of the polish is the perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
That you're right. He doesn't. Oh wait, never mind. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova?
I think she wrote the thing. Now that we're discussing it,
You wanted to hide the fact that the cat.
I think he tripped over the cat. I told you about my favorite yokai, didn't I?
No.
There's a yokai that looks like a cat named a Shin Rubber, and it's just a demon that trips you repeatedly by rubbing against your shins. 'Cause you know how cats like to rub against your shins?
Yeah.
So somebody got so fucking fed up with a cat doing that over and over. They're like, that thing's a fucking demon.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's just a case of that.
What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life?
Okay, yeah, I had to go look it up real quick. It's called a Tsuneko Suri.
Ah.
Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. Oh, it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Is it the tiara?
Let's look at everything. Where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right! And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was a little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. Point is, where has it got to? This is the waste space for. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. But let me start a cut. I think this is the same as last time anyway. Oh! Oh, it's that!
Yeah, it's the other piece.
Wait, hold up. We left the. She was gone, and we were inside. We investigated the trash. There was nothing of interest in the trash,
So she just threw that away.
I guess. Even though it's kind of buried. It's a broken piece of
maybe.
glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Oh, that's what it is. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Anyway, I better clean up this 20,000 rubles. Put it in my pocket.
Man, people just leave trash everywhere. I'll take care of this. Don't worry about it.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket.
Ah.
I need those for the compilation.
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact.
Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Kya! You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't. I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... Ta-da! If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question.
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall.
And the cause of that fateful stumble. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Shame we can't magically exactly when
I mean, you went super fast on that.
probably.
Fair. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Besides, there's like no way to do it other than like go fast. Like I have no visual cue.
Yeah, but you can usually, your with that really long, awkward first word.
But then it don't got the same sting. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened. Now it'd be wild if we didn't even have a court case. That is technically, I guess that's more like investigating. As
Yeah.
police attorney.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
I was sturdy.
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure, if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the joining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
Faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in this diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I, I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosmo was from the appearance of the brown mark on the floor. Seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Asogi has already if Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching, the kitten got under his feet. A combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
One of two locations.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am.
Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship?
He's just patting it.
I think it's kind of obvious right now.
Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko.
Why do you get the ones in English? What the fuck?
What? That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect him to find them in here.
Yes, how did a snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board.
Ah, we are not at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands.
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. It's not venomous.
No venom.
Hmm?
Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless. Very long, but very gentle. Comrade. He is adorable, like Gran.
It's venomless.
Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in a bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him. What? Milk, I suppose?
Ah! Like they say, hey, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Ah. Oh, so that what the mouse trap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Thinks that's top of the food chain, like the look in their eyes right now.
That's kind of adorable. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous.
Taking this to heart, Mirage.
How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident.
Am I taking this to heart?
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
He tripped and he fell. That's really unsatisfying and a really bitch way for him to go out. Goddamn.
Not even a court case for this?
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. I'll see you in court tomorrow.
You're going down, bitch!
A young man has lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What, what lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm not a great detective like Mr. Sholmes, but I have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, our only gut feeling is that, damn, that's a bitch way to die, isn't it?
yeah. Taking my man out like that? Damn.
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it.
I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter.
Oh?
I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction.
A distraction?
I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
But why though? Not again. When did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port of call.
You were Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, but I've overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Yes. Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even.
It's wild that Susato suspected us. Just like out of nowhere.
Was this because
In that
this guy's
case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo.
But why am I in these chains?
Right?
Yes.
You don't need to dance right now.
Whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. Sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Truth about how he really died. How that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright. Let's see what I can do.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin? I have once more removed your shackles. They were pointless.
Yes.
Dance with me. What we should ponder first. Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident?
Yeah, there's still the Russian. There's still the Russian right there.
Yep. Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance.
Assassin Kitty! But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story. Evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really?
Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence.
Oh, well, I guess this is a case now.
Uh-oh. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
The final words? That's my best guess, right?
Yeah.
Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi... Why did we call him Mr. Asogi? Mr. Asogi
I
could
don't
have
know.
left this message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. See, my thought process was that if he did die, he just wanted to make sure that somebody got Naruhodo out. That he wrote it in Russian because he knew all the sailors were Russian.
Yeah, but that's now out the window mainly because
He wouldn't have been able to move his hand.
instant death.
Yeah, he was quadriplegic. At best. Before he died. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Is
No, it is
Russian
not.
simple? Yeah, I don't know.
No.
That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said before.
There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written it. Because he was already dead. It's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What?
Sasada has noticed it too then.
Putting this message on the floor aside, something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. Other words,
Is it the bell? Or is it the log where it wasn't cataloged for no apparent reason?
Well, that doesn't prove that it was an accident. And I think the bell is how we proved it was.
I guess.
I mean, we could try it, but I don't believe it.
Well, my thought is, and that's not necessarily accurate, but my thought is that how would she have gotten both pieces out? Or her piece out, I should say. To throw away, because if you look at the piece there, it's very clearly enough of it that it wouldn't have just kept on the collar. But that's just my thought.
That's right.
yes!
Well, it isn't.
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Fortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened.
How'd she get the other half into the wastebasket?
And how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the wastebasket waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova?
Oh no! It's like all she says.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Kya!
Well, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's.
Who said this?
I don't know. I would think that would be you.
But who?
But
Like-
the Russian guy?
You are wasting time.
Called it!
Someone else that was there. Duh. Of course, we know this. What are you?
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
Just incriminated ourselves again.
And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes, I agree. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened.
You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details.
But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message.
Not would have. There's no way you could have left the message, to be precise about the details.
Would you mind?
Forgive me, my dear fellow.
As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor.
I guess she would be able to hear our conversation the room over, so that she could
Yeah.
say that,
Know
oh, he's
that you
in
were
the
over
room.
there.
Yeah.
And then the same person picked up, yeah, okay. For the fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why?
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions.
Yes, well,
It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor here. There. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganoff?
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailing. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills. She went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth.
What?
Well, this is all most interesting.
Well,
And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective. You should know. Look, truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. Or you want me to tell that killer to walk through locked doors? Niet! It's impossible.
He's right.
So, I had a thought.
Yeah.
We didn't get any evidence for the door closing, did we?
No.
If that was a piece of evidence we needed, are we just fucked? Or would it not have let us get to this point without it?
No, we get all evidence before we get to the next one.
Okay.
So we don't get fucked.
Okay.
Oh fuck, I didn't read that. I was too distracted by something. But wait! I've read I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. You're the one who denied me that.
Thread, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Just throwing you under the bus.
Hado-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. So Sholmes is gonna come to our rescue.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm the best, and in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
One moment. Let me do something real quick. I'll be back. Hold my hair.
I have no idea what he's gone off to do.
What?
I said I have no idea what he's gone off to do.
No, I just saw something that I had to put in the trash. Father. I just saw it on the... Anyway. Yeah, there we go. I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
Way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen.
Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm gonna press the alarm.
Yup.
What? This is you?
Oh, sorry. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin bolt... To slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. It's further right.
Hey, what?
Further right.
What do you mean?
Oh, is that not it? What? I thought the pull cord was it.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm. This? I don't.
Is it further to the left then?
I think this is the pull cord for like getting a servant. But the one we're talking about was like an alarm.
Okay, so is it further left then?
I think it's this. I think
so.
it's when we were. I'm gonna try it. I have to see.
because I am not confident.
Well, I thought we were gonna go outside and push the alarm.
Yes!
Okay, never mind.
It certainly shows how something was done. I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusion.
Oh?
But a truly dismal way to show how the bolt could be made to slide shut from outside the cabin.
You really need to say truly dismal.
Yes,
Really, it can't be. Really be possible to make the bolt slide shut without touching it at all? Can it? Sure that it is. Something in the back of my mind tells me so. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, so should you. Because we've seen it. Okay. I just guessed the net. I just literally. Would it be this? The thing's falling over?
could be.
What do you
Can we
think?
not look further left?
No, I cannot move.
Oh, then yeah, I guess it'd be all the shit falling over.
Like, what did you think it was originally?
I thought it was the pull cord.
Well, I guess that's our next attempt, but I don't think. Nope, this is it. Look at the bookcase there. Yeah, I thought it would be the speaker. Because they used the speaker to like warn us about the thing, whatever. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all.
It's powered by 5 Russians.
Swimming. We gave them occasional doses of vodka, as long as they keep swimming. When the
Just
engines
keep
are
swimming, just keep swimming.
just keep swimming.
Comrade, just keep swimming, just keep.
I can't.
Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming.
When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was a very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. Then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hasanaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the boat flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. With the force of a niptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? That was rather compared to slide.
Mm-hmm.
The SS Borea made another emergency stop. I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over. All the ornaments. It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked over everything over. Oh yes, I remember that.
And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then we came into this cabin, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything are toppled over. It's like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Damn, we really don't like our best friend anymore. We're just calling him Mr. Asogi rather than Kazuma now.
Oh my!
You have anything to say about
Friendship with
this,
Mr. Asogi ended. Friendship with Airlock Sholmes begins.
You almost got us copyright infringed. Damn.
It's their game.
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made an emergency stop.
It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Yes.
I blew my nose.
Oh.
Huh? Oh, wrong button.
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
No, I wasn't alone.
Did he press it earlier?
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Man just pulled the fire alarm, because it was too alluring.
He's you for real.
Mr. Sholmes! Really, it wasn't you.
I've never done that, thankfully. As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pushed! Oh, I was close. To be pressed, whatever the occasion.
Sounds almost proud of it.
How dare you mess with Jim? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes! It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It's the log, right?
Yeah?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right?
Duh, that is correct. Why?
Ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log.
That is... Duh! Because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Ugh.
Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. A murder, perhaps?
Are you suggesting the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would see through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point.
What of the throbbing?
Sorry,
There's
what
so many
do you
other
mean?
ways to
This is not the time or place, good man.
Later. Your head, man. Later. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
What did you know about my morning wood?
Oh, God.
Aha! Oh, yes. I have a headache. I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Or have I? My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. We're all throbbing.
Gooners unite!
And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. He's also in charge of the kitchen. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head.
I mean, beef stroganoff is also a dish, so. Could be.
I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. But I didn't wake up when all that was happening to me. I said that really weirdly, but whatever. But I didn't wake up when all that was happening to me. There you go.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right, we didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
So we were right about the food being drugged.
Yeah.
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No. Really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it.
The girl is gonna reveal herself to actually be the Russian assassin. The Russian. He's trick us twice.
Oh man.
A sleeping drug? You mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, first that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
That's exactly what I mean. Precisely. Don't you feel like an idiot now? Oh. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Got him, boys.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. The truth is, I'm a 70-year-old Russian terrorist.
Assassin.
Is he an assassin or a terrorist? He's like a revolutionary, yeah?
Yeah, revolution.
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe? Comrade! Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. He threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. He wanted to help her. Our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Da, we could not make Alteran. How do you say? Dissolve.
Ugh! Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on.
Hey, we called that bit too.
He was helped by comrade on shore, small fishing.
While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained.
So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosimo's cabin door. But then she wouldn't have been able to kill him.
After she killed him.
No, but that's how she boarded the ship, right?
Oh! I guess I was wrong on that bit then, yeah.
So, like, if the ship stopped to pick her up, and he died before the ship stopped, he couldn't have been picked up.
Well, it did an emergency stop to pick her up, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, unless there were somehow two that happened last night, he could not have been responsible for the murder either.
Maybe? I mean, he did see her cat toy, so, like, she was around at least.
But someone would have to gone in there and then stopped the ship again.
Well, I don't think they emergency stopped to pick her up. I think that was just me making an assumption that they've now proven was not the case. Further down.
I know, but
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai. Doesn't really say that they, like, stopped quickly or anything.
okay, yes. How does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Ah, of course. It's like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabin. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes?
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Yeah, no, that's what we did. Da.
All right. You've talked a long time, said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door.
I want him to turn around and it was you! And we see the cat, but like sitting
Yeah.
like in an anthropomorphic way where like he's smoking a cigar. It's like, finally figured me out, huh?
You finally figured me out, huh, Gadget?
I guess you're voicing the cat. You did
Okay.
want to voice the dog. What game
I
was
did.
it? What game was that again?
I don't remember. It's Spy Family is the one that like really pushed the charge for that though of wanting to voice an animal someday.
I feel like we streamed together, and then it was like you wanted to voice the dog, and then you got disappointed. But it wasn't this game.
It might have been this one.
I know you wanted to voice the baby. Baby.
Yes, I wanted to voice the baby so bad. Hey, how you doing, Toots? Yeah, I stole the coin. What you gonna do about it, huh? Want some mommy milkies, you know what I mean? All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. A 50-year-old killer.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever idea. Comrade, but I am sailor. Sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we only trust. We trust only what we see with our own eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo,
Oh, yes?
do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me.
Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. You must use an inner ear like a snake. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
So you see it.
What?
He's
What?
he's just a little special.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
Got a 2D art now.
Hell yeah.
With what exactly, Mr. Combs?
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two, prevaricators. Never seen that word in my life.
Observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, you know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. Or looking for some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
Alright, see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night. Awesome. His chunky
Chunky
arm.
arms.
His arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks.
Yes, he certainly has stellar arms. He's a born man of the sea.
Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this time.
Haruhodo-san, are you alright? You seem to be lost in
Dragged out of
thought.
the wardrobe by this
Ugh.
tall, strong man. And his hairy tree trunk arms.
Oh, sorry.
Oh
Blame
my
this-
god! Why does it keep happening?
Nice
Every
hat.
time.
Nice hat.
Have you noticed something significant about Seaman Stroganov's hat?
No, sadly not. Just thinking that if only we'd found it in Kazuma's cabin, it would all be so easy.
That's true. A hat prop at the scene would have been very conclusive evidence. That's a point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform hat at the scene somewhere.
That is not a point. At least not one I'd like you to make.
Damn.
Oh well, I see
Oh,
it.
the ink. The ink.
Covering up your name tag. We're gonna have more ears. Yeah, we could look at her ears again.
I don't wanna.
No,
I don't wanna hear them creep on her like pink little seashells. Like she's 15. Please stop.
Got a bit of a midriff from the cellar.
Yeah. You enjoying it?
Also, bruh, why are you sexualizing her ears? Why are you gonna be she's 15? Stop. It's just the ear.
It's
What?
just weird to be like, oh, look at her ears. They're like pink little seashells. Like, what the fuck? What?
You know who said that? The 16-year-old.
Doesn't somehow make it better.
Whatever. Oh, look at this. Yet again, she's not sexualizing her ear. Whatever. Some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. Look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. A horrible tattoo job, dude.
They didn't even get your skin.
Seaman Stroganoff. Seems to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
from. What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain.
Very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Oh. The best showing that we got? Just his dead body?
I think so, yeah.
Yes. It's this photograph. The ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink.
A rather unusual color of ink, purple.
Ugh.
Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance.
Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color.
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled.
Alright, yes. It's me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like wardrobe. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop. Both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our age.
Biff, please.
Don't worry. Let me do the talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passing. Then our angel came, white like sheep.
Biff, please, you must help me. I killed a guy and just immediately drops the whole thing.
She technically, at this rate, she technically still didn't kill him. It was that they covered it up. It was an accident. Now, the issue was more that she's covering it up. What would this be charged as?
Tampering with a potential crime scene? I don't know.
I guess it could technically be like manslaughter or something. That like technically
I
accident.
mean, manslaughter is usually you have something to do with a death. And like, somebody tripped over your cat is... I don't think that would ever count, but I don't know.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here?
Go ahead.
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told me.
He had an escape through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident, the cat ran away. Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to him.
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked, but she opened the lock. You already know what happened.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova. I'm having a brain fart. Anyway.
Okay.
I like saw that and it's like, Forgot. Oh yeah, it's my line to read. Oh, Miss Pavlova.
Da?
That well, of course it's Da.
Da.
Oh,
Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
I understand, and I believe you.
Is that finally it now? We discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last.
Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events? A kitten, on which the victim stumbled.
Cosmo was a bitch.
However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
What do you mean, Annette?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Huh? Oh, well. Cosmo tripped and fell. By some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck. Part of this photograph print seems unnatural. I actually don't really know. That fell on his face? I don't know.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, what would he have cracked his neck against? The other is, if he did fall forward, his hands aren't really in a position of, like, trying to catch himself. Like, you would expect his hands to be more extended, you know?
Let's see. Like, I literally don't know what to click on. This is... This was actually kind of difficult. What do you want me to go for? Neck?
I'd probably say neck, yeah.
Click on it?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes!
Oops. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open.
They were open.
And it can be equally helpful to use them.
Sorry, I'll try that.
I think explain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural, isn't it? A word written in foreign language underneath his fingertips, surely.
Is that it? Yeah, okay. That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Okay, so I was maybe right. Hey! Would you land as the victim has? Or What of your hands? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Damn.
Why do I?
So his left arm, I guess, yeah.
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, and his fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me.
Yeah, this was my first thought, right? Yeah, we're just on the same wavelength, dude.
In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Oh, he's got the other earring.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty, Sholmes has the other earring, of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? When did he leave? What the fuck? He was hanging off the fucking coat thing for a while before. Like, what? When did he get there?
Probably when he pulled the alarm.
I don't know.
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense?
Yep.
This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. Very pretty. What does it tell us?
Huh. It tells us nothing.
You're telling me inspecting her ears is very important all this time. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
Shock? How did that crescent moon come into Cosmos' clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Oh.
Yes!
Hit it immediately. It's Pavlova. I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link putting it on must have been broken, I suppose.
What?
But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. Huh?
I don't believe it.
Our angel was a devil all this time? Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Naruhodo placed it there! Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. It's Pavlova. Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and put it from your ear.
Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear? Hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments.
Oh no. She says it so much.
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? How did this 15-year-old girl kill a 20-something-year-old man?
Right? It's that Russian strength. She grew up on vodka, potatoes, and bear meat, and, you know. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darka, wait! My cat scratched the shit out of me and ran away. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
Dark of Kazuma.
Yeah, I was just about to say. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? I have no... Oh, yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. So I killed him. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah! Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No! I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Kazuma's just cool like that. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I'd have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away.
They're trying to see how this ends up in him fucking die.
Right?
like, how does this turn of events lead to him dying?
Maybe Stroganoff walks in, sees that, and is just like, "Oi!" and immediately snaps his neck. I don't know.
As he pulls and tugs on her earring?
I guess. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Wouldn't the captain be in on it as well? Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet.
Yet again, you didn't kill him. It was you covering it up that caused issues.
As he turned around to look at me, she shoved him.
Okay, no.
I pushed him. I don't even know why.
Now this is manslaughter.
Yeah. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
When you went to fetch help, Seaman Stroganoff was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out. So I ran to her, standing at cabin door, shaking my clean. He looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. You're my only hope. If they find out, I will be... Please! I have nowhere to go!
He decided to help. That's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. And you knew I was in the wardrobe, cause...
everyone knew. You think a stowaway may get in here without knowing? You dumb fuck! Yes. I went into cabin, looked around, made sure there was nothing to show. Then I found stowaway and wardrobe still sleeping.
Right. When he found me. So you worked out a plan. Lay the blame on a stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and bad strange people inside.
Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote bra bra bra, so that person would find who found them would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to the cabin. I finished door.
By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway, it's gonna be like,
No, he wasn't dead yet. He wouldn't have been killed by that. So I fucking stomped his
Oh.
neck.
Oh god!
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
Still one thing I don't understand.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? How would that have been a problem?
I hadn't thought about that. It was what he said first. That made me scared.
He said first.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me. We're supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I...
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
Just another lie.
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Isogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Yeah, we already know he was going to go to the wardrobe.
What?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. He told you he wouldn't give your secret away. He wouldn't have.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make.
What? Another deduction?
Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? I mean, ask his best friend?
Yeah? His
Can
lover
we
that he ran
determine
away
whether
with?
the young man's gaze was directed?
His gaze is only directed at one thing at all times. The only thing he truly cared about.
Oh my. First, consider the victim's location within this cabin.
That's easy. I remember every detail of that. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was.
Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. Is that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? We can investigate shit. Alright, we know where he was. Investigate. bell cord. So Pavlova thought that he was just totally ignoring her request, going to pull the cord. The Cosmo I knew would never have done something like that. No, I'm sure. That's not the type of man I fell in love with.
No. He's gonna go back to bed. Think on it.
His bed. I remember him being annoyed about the pillow. He said it was too thin. Didn't he put that big, thick book of Japanese law underneath it, in fact? Perhaps he was thinking of looking something up. Either way, either that or talking to Miss Pavlova made him acutely tired. For having
Achievement.
for having examined the bed in episode 2.
Okay.
Alright. It's the one and only thing. First, talk about. Wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. Only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. Only he'd woken me up. And maybe this tragedy would have never have happened.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell.
Yes. However. What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And, more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah!
Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Hosogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. And then you killed him for it, to see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no.
Sadly, can't know the truth for certain now. Still late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Hosogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Pavlova.
You murdered my friend, you fucking bitch!
I want to thank you for finally admitting. But fortunately, the truth is, the man lost his life. It will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done?
So, at long last, mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria. It's finally laid to rest.
Are we still in handcuffs?
9th January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin, passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? The Russians tried to how do you say it?
Repatriate.
Oh, fuck, I can't read. Repatriate. It's very simple once I see that it's repatriate. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it took me. How long ago did I tell you about that tea?
Like months ago? What do you mean, like throat
The
coat?
throat coat tea? Yeah. So I never knew how to say the fucking main ingredient, the echinacea, until like 2 weeks ago when somebody pointed it out. Because I was like, it's echinacea or echinacea? I don't know what it is. And they're like, you mean echinacea? I was like, oh, that makes sense. Because I've just never seen the word written out, you know what I mean?
Ah.
I've only ever heard it. Or heard things like that, where like, this tea has, you know, honey fashionacea or whatever. It's like, okay.
Hmm.
Some words just, they're like that. Conscience.
Yeah. Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that.
I think my favorite part about the conscience thing that nobody seems to notice is that it means she's a bookworm. Like, she was alone all the time and working out and reading books, and that's like it. And it makes Senna really sad, but also kind of adorable.
Ah.
I don't know, maybe just me.
It's just like I was like, where is it? Oh, I guess it's from Xenoblade. I forgot.
You forgot Senna?
Yeah.
It's J-Hub.
So, well, I mean, the specific conscience thing for sure.
Oh, that's just like a really, I don't know. Like it's the Sagiri scenes, so that's part of it. But then it's just funny.
Yeah, I
I don't know.
I got it at Senna. It was the conscience part that I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. See.
Sorry.
Well, she's in exile for about another 10 to 15 years, at which point the country becomes a different country, and she could probably go back if she wants to.
Yeah. Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help arrange. At what? Didn't think about how you lost good friend.
Shouldn't you be going to jail too?
Right, for helping set
Yeah.
a crime scene.
Yeah. In fact, like, yours is probably worse, because, like, hers was manslaughter. You were like, okay, she murdered him.
Let's just cover it up. Oh, let me incriminate this guy instead.
Anyway.
You lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
Okay, he agrees. That's kind of it. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosima's death feels like such a waste, but... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Duh.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. It's stowaway. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Damn, they cleaned it up. That's fucked. It's like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even done that. I think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant
Now
memory.
who's gonna tuck me in?
Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping?
Whoa!
You should get in my room.
She's just Blair Witching in the corner. Like, what the fuck?
Sato-san. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh,
Oh, her eyes are all misty.
yeah. Still can't believe this has happened. Oh, you just reminded me of the other sad thing, though. Did you hear that the voice actress for Misty and Jessie,
Yeah, and Jessie passed away.
apparently
She's only
Jigglypuff,
46.
based on the. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now I know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. I know. Alright, place your bets. Detective or investigator?
I'm gonna say investigator.
I wish there was something I could say. Good guess.
Hey,
Inspector! My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. Caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. But he blames you, Inspector.
is it? Yeah, we are still in cuffs. What the fuck?
I'm free now, at least. Huh?
Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo?
He's taking us with him. He's taking us with
Yes.
him. He's our new boyfriend.
Yes.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all.
Thinks this is funny?
Bitch, I'm hilarious.
Game just ends there. It's over. We're just in shackles. Mr. Sholmes? Do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. You have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
Susato was a stowaway too.
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. I don't care for me, but for Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know.
We do have one lawyer and one assistant.
Oh no, that's how math works. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Shaw. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
it takes 2 weeks to get to Hong Kong from Japan, but it takes only a month to get from Hong Kong all the way over to Britain.
Apparently.
They have to like go around India, even assuming they go like through the whatever, like the passageway in like
Suez
Southeast
Canal.
Asia. Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like the Southeast Asia. Go through there,
Oh.
assuming that's open for travel. Because that's sometimes not open for travel depending on the time period. I don't know. And then yes, the canal. That makes no sense. Anyway,
I just work here.
read that. So. Yes. It's Susato. Yes? I think perhaps I might be able to do it. Ah! But you're not a loyal Mr. Naruhodo.
You did kill him! Just for this!
Oh, unless, are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I mean, I did defend myself in court of law. I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work.
But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores.
Oh, lawyer. We're reading the books, dude. I just happen to
Yeah.
have all the books here.
I mean, we already know where the Japanese law text is.
You're right. Maybe that's why they give us it.
Maybe. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have a month in which to study. Learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. You let me try. And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Oswald said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. That he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He's passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Happy music?
My friend just died and I'm gonna be a lawyer.
Yay! Thank you. First person we have to defend is the woman who killed the girl who killed our best friend.
Mm-hmm. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
That's how numbers work. No. It's madness.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no?
Huh?
And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
You know, Sholmes did really go on, like the entire chapter. He kind of like just kept climbing to become best character. Like, you know that, right? Like, he just kept getting better and better. It's like, who's this dumb fuck? And it's like, why is he the GOAT? It's like, where are these words of wisdom before?
Yeah, he's glazing the fuck out of us right now.
Right. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings. Oh, thank you, Inspector. You'll excuse me. Must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Going to try. I wonder... Consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Wouldn't it technically make more sense for her to become the lawyer? She probably knows more, and us to be the assistant.
Yes, very much so.
I don't
But,
know.
you know,
Maybe they're
sexism.
like, yeah, sexism. I was about to say, maybe they're like, only men could be lawyers.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'm going to kill you now. It's
Yeah.
like, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me?
You sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. His name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. Except.
Was she in Asogi?
What? No.
Is she Susato Asogi?
No.
I don't think so.
She is, her dad was in the previous case. I can't remember. Kotoba.
Yeah, I don't know. She seems to know a lot.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, this is Susato. Seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo.
I fucking love her book.
For the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. You shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too.
Goodness, what is it?
It's a weird way to ask. Goodness.
Goodness. Please throw me to the ground 3 times.
Is that how many times he threw us or some shit?
Yeah, I think so.
He's like, canonically.
I think so.
There's like one time she threw us where it was like,
Well, I
Like-
think it's 3 times this episode where it was undeserved. But this might also be like, if you can throw me to the ground 3 times, then you're ready for lawyer training. Let's see.
I should never have doubted you.
Oh,
You were-
it's for the doubt.
You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. It should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
no, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
It was 5?
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life.
Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr.
Why are you still
Jones.
here? I observed your throwing techniques several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
Did he see that?
I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Should it be jujitsu for...
Yeah, I feel like it should be jujitsu, but it was written as jujutsu.
Jujutsu Kaisen? The sorcerers?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your...
Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming. Believe me, I don't know how that came out. That voice, anyway.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your resting throw. If this dude ends up being a fucking crazy fighter that can just scrap with anybody, he goes so much higher in the ranking.
You know what? Next Marvel vs. Capcom, put this guy in.
Right?
Put this guy in. Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Throw Naruhodo-san.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we're getting thrown.
Yep.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Ah! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no, that was the Susato squash.
Oh, God.
And we're gonna be the best of friends.
Mm-hmm.
My groggy state of consciousness, scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma, flickered into my mind. Aruma.
That's right. It's a prized sword that has been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
Oh, he just tells it to everyone.
I
That's
guess
why
so,
she
yeah.
knew. I can't
Should he
believe.
have known?
I guess, yeah. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. So she's gonna be good at. My best term for it would be judo, because that's the throwing Japanese martial art, right? The grappling one.
Grappling, yeah.
We have a boxer, and I guess we're just gonna have a katana with the samurai.
That you have no clue how to use.
Yes. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
He's so cool. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need such that. Not that you would need much compelling. I can't read.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. You see, I've been messaging this girl on AOL Instant Messenger.
I
And I'll
push him into
sacrifice
the
anything to make it happen.
I push him into the. Wait, what the fuck? Did you just? I'm not gonna delve into that one.
What?
What did you just reference?
AOL Instant Messenger? AIM?
Anyway,
I don't know, it's just a really fucking old chat program.
okay, don't worry about it.
I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing yet. Still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital, London.
Damn.
That surprised me. This game doesn't always have a court case.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright. At least that's in terms of like probably a good place to end the stream in general.
Probably.
the runaway room. The adventure of the runaway room next time.
Sounded like something very different.
But
Don't say room with a W. It sounds like a different word.
that's a good place to end it. Also, technically, a really good time to end it. But
Yeah, we've been at this for quite a while.
let's. Let me see who's streaming. We should rate some. Thank you for all of you who stuck around and lurked. Technically,
Corey is on.
Oh, Corey's on? I'm gonna see my list. Corey is always a good contender to raid. Yeah, we'll just raid Corey. Alright guys, thank you for sticking around. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you're somehow lurking and not following, please leave a follow. I'd appreciate it. I wish this raid screen didn't like hide my that. Oh, I can pop it out. Alright, that's good. It's always a shame that when I say I'm about to end stream, apparently my viewership goes down. It's like, damn it, could have used that. But, oh well. Alright guys, I'm gonna see you later. Thank you for sticking around. Probably should be streaming this again Friday at the very least. Low-key, I'm kind of interested in the story. Maybe we'll stream even sooner. That depends on the run.
It's been going pretty good.
Yeah. Took twist that I wasn't expecting that case. So, it's actually fun. Like, we guessed a lot of stuff, but we also didn't guess a bunch of others.
I mean, to be fair, it's not the most complex of thing with not the craziest of twists, and we do just throw shit at the wall constantly while we play.
Yeah.
Like, some of that's gonna hit.
Ace Attorney is usually known for, like, at some point, there's, like, some wild shit that happens.
Yeah.
But usually that happens in later cases. We'll see.
Gotcha.
But, alright, guys. I'm going to send you all over to Corey. Thank you for sticking around. Bye. See ya.